Good morning, guys. Actually, I need to go check outside first because let's check my shipping stuff. I'm expecting some stuff today, so I have to check my orders here. There's a hair under my phone. Oh, it says it was delivered. That might be in the mailbox. Let me check my diapers. Track. Guessing if one was delivered, they were both delivered. Let me go grab those real quick, guys. Don't want to let them get stolen. He's like, Mama, why you go outside without me? All right, fabric is in the mailbox. It typically goes there, so that won't be here till Hannah gets back tonight. That's going to bug me greatly that there's a hair under my phone. All right. Okay. So I have a little bit of a weird thing going on last night and today that I'm watching very closely. I noticed last night that my right leg is swelled up a bit. I didn't notice it if it was that way beforehand or not, before PT, I mean. So I'm keeping a very close eye on my right leg. It's like the upper leg and the knee. So I'm keeping a close eye on it. Well, just to make sure, because I have had blood clots in the past, we have to just watch that. So far there's not really any pain. It's just kind of stiff and swelled. Okay, there's dust in here. Oh well. So yesterday PT went really well because there was a lot of like the pain in my back was literally over that disc was just really hurting a lot. So he said, my therapist decided to opt out of laying on my back and doing a lot of the exercises we do. And he's like, well, let's focus on balance today. He's like, we haven't really tested your balance and worked on balance. So we did some exercises. We realized my backward to forward balance is okay, but my side to side balance needs a lot of work. So we worked on that. Excuse me, my throat is clogged. We worked on that a lot yesterday. So, and I have a week off of PT. He said, seeing as we did it Monday, Wednesday, and we're doing it Wednesday, Friday next week, he wanted me to take a break. So I have until next Wednesday off of PT outside the house, which means I will probably at some point this week go over to the gym that you can use for free. It's out by where Andrew works. So we're going to go over there probably this week at some point and just check it out, figure it out from there. So that is awesome. But I figured let's get some sewing done today. Anyway, so I probably will put on some music today. We'll see. How are you all today? Aries, I know your surgery is coming up. I'm sure you're scared about that. I hope that it all goes well. You know that all of us here thinking about you and praying for you and all that stuff. Those of you who pray and whatnot, keep Aries in mind over the next few days. Well, few days is just the surgery part. Keep Aries in mind longer than that, but because an amputation is not a fun thing to deal with. I think I'm debating using my surgery on this. I'm really debating. I don't necessarily want the level of fuzz that my serger will create, but I do need a complete over. Okay. I was looking at my needles. Excuse me, guys. I am exhausted again, always. We're gonna open up the blinds so I can see outside. Not that it's very pretty, but at least it's some sunlight. Vitamin D is important. It's not too horrible outside today. It's like 30. It was 32. It's supposed to be like 37 degrees out today. So I think this helps with, like, it doesn't wash me out so much. Like, I'm not sure, but the screen, so there's so much, like, I mean, I'm washed out. That's just me. This is the bobbin that I need. Do I have yellow thread? That would be cute to work with. I'm really debating the serging aspect of things right now. So later, if I get this done in time, I do have yellow. It would be so cute to do everything in yellow. See, there's a lot of yellow. Not that it's going to show, mind you. None of the stitching is going to show. So I might just use up some of the thread I have in here. I have a little bit of yellow left. Might work with it. Might work, especially if I do serge things. Hang on. Let's get this over here. If I serge things, I'm still debating that. Why does that seem so? At the very least, we're gonna sew all these things real quick with the dark color. But I'm excited to be back sewing. I've missed it a lot. We all know that sewing is my passion. Guys, I am so upset with the, I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday. Did I stream yesterday? For a short time. Yes, because I cut that out. With the fabrics I want being on sale 60% off, and it kills me. Kills me that I cannot purchase any right now. Because I have so many things I want to do with shirts, and getting them for $10 instead of 20 is great. Goes this way. That's not that much thread. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not really enough. We're gonna stick with the dark one. Which one needs to be used up? This one needs to be used up first. Gutermann thread is like the best thread out there. Is this a, no, that's a regular one. That's the question. Do I sew with a ball for this, or do I just leave the regular needle? Hey, Bo. Things are okay. I'm a little nervous about my leg. It's a little bit swelled, but unless something shows itself other than swelling, I'm not going to worry too much about it unless the swelling keeps on going. I think it's probably just, I wish I had noticed if it was swelled before PT, because that would have been the telltale thing. It shouldn't really be swelled. But yeah, there we go. So we're going to go ahead and sew these first. I love how I just move pins from, I need to get some sand so I can make some pin cushions, y'all. Because I have, well, this is a softer one than I usually use. I like this one. Oh, it's so much softer, but it feels good. I need to make a pincushion with some sand because the sand sharpens the pins and you go through them less. So this one does not like going through the neck. That's okay. It just needs to last for a minute. So much fluff on this, it's kind of funny. And there goes Gabe with the doggo. He has like a pity boxer mix. He's really cute. Which one is which? This one is harder to tell the right from the front, or the wrong and right sides. So we covered up my vent in here to push more of the, oh my God, the fuzz. The fuzz is real. We covered up my heater vent in here to push more of the hot air to a different vent. And right now I'm a little cold. I wish I could sew with my left foot right now because I feel like it's probably not the greatest idea to do with my leg right now. But oh, there's that one. Next we have leggies, I think. Yep, leggies. Legs are a little bit thicker. Oops, that's backwards, isn't it? This one is a lot harder to tell. It's so much softer though. Okie dokie, artichoke. Here we go. There's that one. That should be. And then we have one more, which is the waistband. I will have to use the lint roller on this because I did wash it with yellow fleece. So it has yellow lint all over it. Also, this one is so hard to tell. Which one? That one. I like to get these done first and set aside. Oh, so me and Zelly watched Toy Story 4 last night. Neither of us had seen it yet. It's really cute. I like it way better than Toy Story 3. I didn't like Toy Story 3 much at all. I don't know why, but I didn't. Alrighty. This is where the fun begins. Woo-hoo. Oh, my eyes are driving me crazy. Allergies for the win. Okay, unpin dash leave. Not that it was pinned in the first place. Put it over there. Nice long ass sleeve. Like this is long ass sleeve. Hopefully he did it how he was supposed to do it. Hang on, I'm gonna shake a bit of that off. And there goes my bird. Like I said, my bird's a little cranky. He has been very happy. Unless I walk by his cage, honey hisses him. But go away, mommy. Okay. Little bird. It's getting on springtime. He's gonna be like that a lot. He gets very happy in the springtime. Okay. So cute though. Oh, I really hope this cooperates because this is gonna be a tough one to do. Okay. Right. So hopefully this lays out nicely. It doesn't like to usually, but that's why we do lots of. Wait a minute. My clips all fall down. Well, fuck. I think maybe I'll use. Wait a minute, that's the wrong side. Whoopsies. I put the wrong one. I almost put the wrong side up. That would have been bad. Okay. Maybe we will use pins for this. I feel like it's going to hold it in place a little better. And seeing as I'm pinning more than I normally would, okay, there are things in there. This is why I need a pin cushion. Okay, the front actually worked out great the way I did it. That's awesome. Normally I would have like one pin in this because the fleece holds itself together and whatnot, but because it shifts, this fabric shifts so much, have to massive pin it. Which is a little bit annoying, but I will do it. The biggest thing is watching that it stays in my seam allowances. I maybe should put on my walking for this. The beauty of pins is you can kind of carefully sew over them. If you're doing it right. Hey Troy, good morning. It actually went really well. Okay. It won't be so bad. We'll see what happens when we're sewing this one to this one. Because that's where it gets tricky. Awesome sauce so far. Where's my scissors? I'm glad I chose the yellow. I don't know if I said this yesterday, but I'm glad I chose the yellow because I think the other colors were too hard to match without seeing it in person. Like, I just think it would have been too hard because reds look really funny if they're not matched. Now I know I can do a typical red, but I like the yellow. I don't get to work with the yellow very often. And rubble kind of really sticks out on this one, so I'm doing yellow. Artistic liberty. So he did not request a specific color that I saw, at least. That would be bad if he did and I didn't see it. But we're going to just do this one. Okay, make sure this is nice and pinned. My nose is itchy because of all this. Oh, so we went yesterday. Hang on, let me finish this scene and I'll tell you. Go ahead and take that pin out. So yesterday we went to the school academy, or the hair academy here in Lawrence, because we wanted to check out their prices and stuff for hair, because you can go to like an academy and stuff has a lot cheaper rates typically for the hair things. I don't know why that's down there. Oh, hang on. Wow. To check out their prices. They do haircuts for about $10. They do waxing and makeup and things like that for cheap, a lot cheaper. They're a little expensive when it comes to things like perms. As far not much cheaper, I should say. Like my friend said she'd do this for $40, and they said 34. So, yeah. But we discovered that we can get, haircuts for Andrew and stuff for really cheap. Because Andrew normally pays, we usually go pay about $25 for a haircut. And so doing it for half the price, less than half the price. Perfect. This fabric is so soft. All right. I think I'm going to go backwards with this one because I like sewing on the fleece on top so I can really see it. What does Daddy want? So I'm excited about that. That gives me a little bit more, like less time to save for my perm. And that's kind of like, I'll do that with a haircut too, because like for $10, I can buzz the rest of my head and trim up the top. So it's cheap. So I don't have to be like, oh, because I like to cut my hair about every 4 weeks or so, maybe even more than that, but about every 4 weeks is when I like to do it. So chopping that price in half, well, 25 with tip is what we normally pay. So chopping that price in half kind of makes that a little easier pill to swallow. Because I'm tired of Andrew and Hannah doing it because they're not trained, so I can't really complain, but they're really bad about right here. They never get it right. So I'm like, okay, done. I'll get it done there. We're about halfway, almost halfway done. It's the shirt. The shirts go so fast. That's why I like making these. It's like they're just like zip, zip, zip. This pattern is called a quick sew pattern, I think, and it's an awesome pattern. It really is quick. This is not going too bad. I was worried it was going to go horribly. I could change my mind when we get to the pants, because when you're sewing the two of these together, it kind of goes a little bit wonkier, but we'll see. I always do a little bit of stretch with this because this is where we get the most stretch of this front, is in the sleeve area. So it's a little bit. Not shifting as much with the pleats. So later today, I have to go through and change up my sizes a little bit because my new patterns are a little bit different than, not my new patterns, like because I've done like a copy paste thing since I've been making these, and I'm like, my sizes are off. So I have to go in and change that. All right. This right here. And I have like length of this one a little bit different on the bottom, so it's gonna have to get cut down. All right, this is where the interesting part will come, is sewing these two together. This one doesn't seem as shifty as it. What the heck? Oh. I will cut it all when I'm done. This one doesn't need as much pinning because it's easier. It sticks itself. It sticks to itself. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. This is the hard part. I gotta pull that one out because it's too close. Okay, this one is didn't go too bad right there. Not too bad. I'm going to go ahead and clip this here. Excuse me. I'm just going to throw a clip in this right here so that it's nice and comfortable. And then we're going to, yeah, this one's, it's actually not that much longer at all, which is good. I am also doing okay, doing better. My hair is kind of bugging me. Did I bring my ponytail with me? No. Okay. Definitely notice a lot of stiffness. I don't know if that was PT related or if that's swelling. Okay. I guess the biggest thing here is that I keep this pretty taut so it doesn't have room to shift a ton. Like normally that's like basically stretching it, but it's really, I might. Biggest problem with this fabric is that it's super hard to cut it. So it's like it may be somewhat. There, the hard part is done on the shirt. There we go. Yeah, baby. So I need to just trim the shirt. I think. Okay. It gets weird. Sometimes this fabric is weird. Let's see if I can kind of match it all up here. I'm gonna have to like trim it separate, I guess. It's just gotta be, it's definitely off. So, my scissors hate this fabric. I don't know why. I've never had my scissors react this way. I don't know why you get so much buffering, Troy. gotta be because you're out of country. I don't know. There, that's as straight as it's gonna get. You're at the hospital. Oh, that is a sore jaw. Why is that a sore jaw? Is there a zit coming right there? Oh, can't tell if it's bone that hurts or skin. Yeah, ew, ow. I'll have to watch that. There could be an osteoma growing there, which would suck. All right. Choice things, place people. We are going to mark my centers. Is surgery tomorrow, Aries, or is it Friday? Was it yesterday that you said 3 days, which would mean yesterday, today, and tomorrow? Tomorrow. I know hospital sucks. I'm sorry to hear it. I feel so bad for you because it's like you've been through way too much lately. Yeah, and tomorrow is Friday. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I knew that. I was just trying to think of which day you were having surgery. Surprisingly, I actually know the day of the week this week. Oh, these pins are such a mess today. What time of day is your surgery, Aries, so that I can be thinking about you and sending good vibes over to you at that time of day? Damn, my jaw hurts really bad today. Hopefully, I'm not developing an osteoma. That would not make me happy. 12, okay. It's Friday here already. Yeah, the Australians being ahead of us. Wait, Australia or New Zealand? Diapersewing supplies.com. They have both diaper fabrics, which is PUL, and they have cotton lycras, which are the fabric I use for my onesies. They are fantastic. And they have prints and solids. I do like their prints. I don't really buy their prints much because they've been so expensive. Like I would totally do it right now because I could do a onesie for like $20 instead of $40. So yeah, but like it's nice because it costs 22 yards and $22 per yard normally for their prints, and it costs $11 a yard normally for their solids. They're 60% off right now, and it's like like can I just have one of every color, like 2 yards of every color? If we had more money, Andrew would have said yes to an order. Like he would have because he knows I need clothes. And stuff. Plus, the more onesies I make for myself, the more I can put them up for sale. Like, I'm checking because my disease causes like growths, and I'm trying to decide if this is a sore from that or my horse misses me. Oh, that is so sad. Like I can't imagine what Snitch would be like if I was in the hospital. Be like, sneak him up here because he's gonna be depressed. and sad. So I feel for your horse right there. Like Jimmy can manage without me, but Snitch, I don't know if Snitch could. Diaper Sewing Supplies is really a cool. They have so many like really neat things. They have a waterproof fabric called Oxford, which is like a backpack type fabric, which is so cool. It's almost like it's like a waterproof canvas type of thing, but it's super duper thick and super. I've never actually worked with that. I would like to, just for the heck of it, but I have not. So, but like they are one of the best. When it comes to solid knits, I like to buy from them because theirs are such high quality. But you guys have seen my Pikachu onesie. It is high fucking quality right there. And that thing just washes gorgeously. And they just look beautiful. Could I post a link? Yes. Here. It's www.diapersewing.supplies.com. Yeah, if you guys like, now would be a good time. If y'all are thinking about onesies, now would be a good time to do so. Like you could even like I thought about mentioning this to people, but if you're thinking about it at all, you guys can always buy the fabric, send it to me and tell me, hey, this is what I want, and I can calculate it because it'll be a little bit cheaper to do it that way right now. Normally, like I don't normally adjust my prices for sales because I can't guarantee there's going to be a sale or what that sale is going to be. So normally I charge based on the normal price because I cannot guarantee. Normally from Diaper Sewing Supplies, you have to wait till they have a sale, which is very few and far between for their fabrics. When it comes to Joann's, I can typically get stuff on sale, but I don't ever know how on sale I can get it. So Kaladesh, oh, that's a good name. Kaladesh is cool. I hope for your sake that you soon get to be, I'm seriously considering serging this one too. No, because I don't want to stuff up my serger with the craziness that is this fluff. You get up there. There you go. This is where I have to be really careful with this because it wants to slide. Actually, I may throw even more pins into this just because it wants to curve. It wants to go down. Well, we'll see what I do. If I can stretch pin to pin, keep it pretty good. I mean, I don't have to stretch past what the rib knit will do. So. I want to remake my potty training is overrated shirt. Because the way I made it, he was at one point a rescue horse. His mom got hit by a semi truck. Wow. Now the only is now that he is a morphing and is messing me up. I'm not real up on horse lingo. Pardon my ignorance for things. But I haven't ridden horses in years. I never have been incredibly fond of riding horses. I have been bucked off a horse. So I've never been fond of them. I broke my tailbone at a very young age, and that was never a comfortable task for me to do. So I avoided it a lot because our friends had horses, and it was just really painful for me to do. So I didn't do it much. And the 2 or 3 times they got me on the horse, one of which was I got bucked off because I was riding together with another kid. And the horse bucked me right the fuck off. The only one I liked riding was the lazy horse, and boy, was he lazy. Oh, has morphine. Okay, yes. Morphine is good stuff. Dilaudid is better, but morphine is great. I have to have morphine with Benadryl though because of it's not an allergy, but narcotics can make you super itchy, and I react to anything that makes me itchy, of course. This might be the hardest part of sewing this shirt right now, is getting this straight. I have to say, Aries, I'm glad that you're around, when you're in the hospital. When I was in the hospital, I had some, really great online friends that kept me really good company. And one of them was so sweet. He actually came up to visit me. One of my last hospitalizations, actually. He came up from Boston to visit me, and it was so sweet. He was a fellow Incon guy, and he was having troubles with it because he grew up Catholic and stuff, and he was very confused and stuff in general. But he was really nice. His name was Brian, and he came to the hospital to visit me while I was not able to walk, and it was super sweet. I wish I could do that for my friends on here that are in the hospital. He's a black horse with a white mane. Oh, tail and socks. Oh, cute, 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 cute. Pretty. He's a horse. He's a boy. He's pretty and handsome. Not cute. So I'm kind of thinking that with my leg the way it is, I might push the rest of this sewing off till tomorrow. I'm feeling a little kind of queasy today, which is okay. I don't want to overdo my leg though. I mean, sewing the pants is going to take me just about the same time as sewing this, so it's not like that big of a deal if I do. But I'm trying to pace myself a little bit. So my goal is just to get this done and out by Saturday so that it's there around Monday for this person. And this is going to be so cute. This is just adorable. Now I have pretty much easier. I don't normally sew the sleeves till last. I usually do the neckline next. But, well, I'll still stream. I just mean I might go sit and stream instead of sew. Just because I'm trying to pace myself. I need to eat. I need to get some water. I'm kind of struggling with not really struggling with water intake necessarily, but I just don't want to push my body too much on any given day. Given the week I had the last couple of weeks, I just think it's good to rest a little bit more, especially the day after PT. I could sit here and sew for 4 hours probably, but just with the way my leg is and stuff, I don't want to push it. I don't think I have a blood clot. I think it's just irritation and swelling. Like, I think that's all it is, but you never know. Okay. But I'll still stream. I need to do some food prep, which you guys might do with me a little bit. Like, I am getting some pain in the leg, so I'm watching it really close just because, I mean, the only other time I had blood clots was because I had PICC lines. And so, like, I may not be prone to them in general, but because I'm on birth control and things like that, you have to watch that close. Because birth control can cause some DVT and blood clot type of things. So I'm watching it very closely. You know, it is sore, but if it, you know, I'm going to watch it and I'm going to be careful. Like, there's no redness, there's no bruising right now. It's a little bit sore. So I'm just keeping an eye on things. But I still want to talk to my buddies. So at the very least, I will be here talking to my buddies. Okay. I think people are really kind of liking the two-piece PJ things because it seems like those are very popular right now. I've had a lot of questions about them. Hopefully those are turnovers into you're in birth control too, diapers. Right. I can go and get a job at IHOP. That's good. Jobs are good. IHOP is a nice restaurant. I like IHOP. Like, the environment is always very nice, in ours at least. I couldn't guarantee how it is in others, but ours is decent. All right, we're gonna mark our quadrants. Yeah, my hip is hurting right now, and it's not the normal hip hurt. All right, mark the quadrants. The reason for marking quadrants for this is because you're supposed to stretch the front, but not the back so much. Oh, it's Thursday. That means tomorrow is a new episode of Grey's Anatomy. Whoa. Sorry about that, guys. So because of my guts and whatnot, I have very weird hiccups. They are, like, we call them yops a lot of time. And typically they are just this massive loud thing. Let me mark the centers of this sleeve here before I go on. Okay, so here it is. That might match up. Does it? If it doesn't, that's okay. We will. Oh, that's good. It's not stretching it too much. Stretching on a sweatshirt is okay. Like, you don't want to typically stretch it much on the back with any shirt, but with my guts, I get some epic little burps and yops and things like that. It's funny to me. I mean, I grew up as a person that my dad and I, like, we all were very, like, didn't care about about that stuff. Like we just were very tomboyish. You know, my sister Jenna can burp the freaking alphabet. Like she can burp sentences sometimes. Like we are not um the most ladylike. How many pancakes can you eat? Not many, honestly. I usually like when I go to IHOP, I don't typically get pancakes from IHOP. I know it's sacrilege, but I have never been much of a pancake person or a breakfast food person for that matter. Let me see. I have to mark my centers here. I think this is a bit off. It might not be, but close. There we go, centers. Right there, right after the blue. I can do that. I don't typically get breakfast food at IHOP. I can usually eat one or two pancakes, never more. So I'm not great when it comes to, like, there's no point in me getting the all you can eat pancake thing because I don't eat enough. I don't eat enough as it is. So it's not much of a use to me. Why am I doing this that way on this one and this way on that one? Okay, we need to switch that around. All right, here we go. Yeah, so typically when I go there, I get like a chicken. The chicken sandwiches are fantastic there. Love them lots. I typically don't get a breakfast thing. 8 pancakes, holy shit. No way. But I'm not an eater. When it comes to that stuff, Andrew and Hannah could definitely out-eat me. Also, the only way I really eat eggs and tolerate them well is through is when they're sunny side up. I don't do well with scrambled. I do okay with boiled, hard boiled, but I don't do well with eggs just because they are so they mess up my gut. We had eggs for dinner last night and I'm kind of regretting eating them right now because my gut is like, what did you do to me? Didn't mean to, gut. Sorry, but that's what was for dinner. Tonight we're having DiGiorno pizzas, I think. Oh, I don't need the pin anymore. Why do I have to sneeze? Woohoo! It's nice because we can cook 2 DiGiorno pizzas and it feeds all 3 of us for sure. I used to be able to eat a whole DiGiorno or frozen. I'm sorry, not DiGiorno. We're not having DiGiorno. We're having Red Baron pizzas. I used to be able to eat an entire pizza, a frozen pizza, on my own. I no longer do that. In the last several years, I've just not been able to eat the pizza. Okay, stop. All right, here we go, little show. This is actually harder than the waistband was, I think. Like I've said all day yesterday and all day today, this fabric is not typically conducive to clothing. It is a pain in the arse. But I had to do it because I didn't know. I mean, I could have emailed the dude and returned it and all that crap, but oh yeah, that one's in there to remind me to stop stretching. Okay. I could have returned it and told him, hey, this one is not the right kind of fabric and all that crap, but it's gonna be super comfy and it is doable for a clothing. It's just not ideal. shirt is done. One is quite, the appetite can be voracious. My mommy is here. She got me a happy meal. Oh. I used to eat a lot more. Oh, this does not like. I don't like this. It just made it really big. It seems like maybe not. Maybe I'm just wrong. Almost done. I have to actually stitch this down. I forgot. I do have to stitch this one down. That neck ended up a lot wider than I thought it would. And that could be my bad. All right, stitch down the neck. This is why I don't typically do this. These never turn out how I like them. Which is okay. So if it's too wide, I can contact the dude and tell him, hey, let's do It's not stretching itself back in very well, which is not normal. This is also why you don't use wovens for this, because the wovens don't typically pull the knit back in very well. It should once it's washed, but that's the other reason I'm glad I didn't do the large, because that would have been even. I hate this fabric. I said this last time I worked on this fabric. I don't know if y'all would remember that or not. I made a friend of mine, I made him a footed PJ out of this. And oh my God, it is the worst fabric to work on in my opinion. It's horrible. But it looks so damn adorable. Wait till I flip this back out and you guys will see how cute this is. Like, it's so cute. Oops, that's the neck. Let's not flip it out the neck. It's so adorable and it is really comfy to wear, but it's not the best when it comes to stretch. It looks a little, well, I guess that neckline doesn't look that bad really. It does a little bit on the front, like, oh, that's the back. That's why it looks weird. I'm like, why is that looking weird? That's because it's the back. Like, it looks absolutely adorable, mind you. It's just not the typical stuff I use. You know, I got some threads hanging. And I will lint roll this. Look at that. That's so adorable. It's very staticky. Normally my sleeves are not that much longer than the waistband, but because he wanted long arms, it is. So that is super duper cute though. Let's see if I can nab a quick little picture of it, because it's adorable. That is really cute. Let me put it on my blue background of my table. Not that my table is the nicest background, but yeah. Off to the side. Normally I would do this differently. I'd take it outside and do it. This is just an example really, to show this thing off of it. It's cute. It's so cute. It is really adorable, guys. it's hard to get these pictures too because did it turn off? Yep, okay. Alrighty, we're gonna turn off the sewing machine and go out in the other room. I'm definitely not gonna work on the pants because I'll get to the point where I just get frustrated, and I don't want to do that today. I still have a while before this actually has to be out in the mail. So we're still good. There we go. It looks so cute. So, I need to text Daddy. Can I open my diapers? Or does he want me to wait for him? Sometimes he makes me wait. Sometimes he lets me do it before he does it. All right. Okay, I gotta get this hair out of my phone. It's driving me crazy. I was watching stuff on my phone because sometimes when I just let Facebook videos play at night, it kind of like puts me to sleep. And so that's what I was doing last night. And then I noticed a big old splotch. Okay, here, get out of there. There we go. So I took it apart, kind of, sort of in the dark. And let's get this clean. This, I kind of, sort of need a new phone case. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So far, I haven't had any complaints about my workmanship, which is great. Oops, I just messed up. Let me check my Etsy because I did have messages from people. Nothing yet. Ugh. Yeah, a little bit slow, but I don't know. Okay. Whew. I should make something to eat. Don't really want to, but I should. I've got to do some food prep. I'm having a little bit of a headache because we did chicken the other night. Did we? No. Yes, we did. All right. Looks like I can do mac and cheese. I can do yogurt, or I can do mac and cheese and yogurt. Let's go get. Let's do this. I need water too. I did not bring my cup out. Let's go get that. I didn't bring my bottle down. I didn't bring my cup in here. Come on. Dude, we have 7 people. Hi, guys. I just noticed that. Hello, people who joined in. Welcome. We're walking. Don't mind my messy house. I can't get people to clean up. I give up. Not that I clean a ton either, but I clean up more than them. My bathroom has clothing all over it. Everything's a mess. Mess, mess, mess. What movie is this? I don't know. People, why you leave my ice cube basically in? Okay, you guys. They need to learn how to fill ice cube trays. All right. Make sure you got this. Good. Okay, wow. Oh, that's what I smell. I smell. Let's go. Love the monkey shirt. This is from Bo. Oh, Boss Baby. I like Boss Baby. All right, mac and cheese. I also have squash I need to cook soon. Oh, okay. I'm not getting down there to get that right now. Hang on, I'm getting the spoon. My kitchen floor is super cold right now. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Should never leave the ice cube tray empty. Yeah, I know. We use one up and then fill it, and then use the other one up. Because otherwise you got like half done ice cube trays. So there were only 3 in there, and it's like, okay, that's a little ridiculous. Use them up or fill it. So, did I bring my? Yes, I did. I'm like, wait, did I bring my one? Yeah, there's definitely some. It's such a simple recipe. Yes, it is. But does. Hi, Jimmy. Don't fall, computer. Did he answer me? No. Lion King. Of those 3, Lion King. I'm not a fan of the Cars movies. I've just never really liked them. Frozen's okay, but I like Lion King. Yeah, those are ugly. And no. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at Telegram stickers. Vroom vroom. Like, you'd think Kai would like Cars. I really don't. I don't prefer Cars at all. When it comes to Disney, I like the classics. Toy Story 4 was cute. My nose is driving me. Lion King is just awesome. It's an awesome, awesome movie. Oh, mac and cheese is ready. I'll be right back. Yes, Lion King is great. Hi, Jimmy Jam. Come over. I might have put too much water in. That's okay. It'll soak up. Oh, I forgot my yogurt. Hang on. So, yogurt first. Ah, that spoon got hot. What is your favorite yogurt flavor? I usually eat the Yoplait. My favorite top three are pina colada, peach, and raspberry. Mm. So typically, if I have to force myself to eat, mac and cheese and yogurt are the two things that I can usually force down. Mm, those are good choices. Yummy. Mac and cheese is like one of my favorite things in the world. It's funny. Little baby eating a jalapeno. I've never watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I'm sorry. I know that's horrible. But I've never watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Roger Rabbit. I'm sorry. It was not on my approved watch list as a kid. And it's just never been one I've watched. I know I should, and Andrew keeps saying that every time he mentions it. I'm like, I haven't seen it. He's like, we have to watch it. We never do. Yes. I know I've seen clips, I've just not actually watched it. Stop. Thank you. Yeah. Hi, Jimmy. He just keeps working at me. He's like, Mama. Oh wow, he'll be in there. I haven't seen Frozen 2 either. I hear that it's epically good. I just haven't watched it yet because we don't typically go to the theater. Excuse me. Yes, Jimmy, I see you. Hi, buddy. He is wanting to be paid attention to, apparently. I don't know. He doesn't actually want to come out. He's just talking. He's just squawking. So I don't know why I didn't come up with this when I got Jimmy. So I named him Jimmy Hawkins from Treasure Island, right? Why didn't I name him Jimmy Squawkins? Like, come on. He's a bird. He does nothing but squawk. Why did I not name him Jimmy Squawkins? My nose is driving me insane. Where are all the tissues? Or something? A wipe? Anything? A sock? I was calling him Jimmy Squawkins last night because he was just being a goofball. When he gets his mood, where'd I put it? Oh. No, I'm not changing his name. He has a lot of nicknames anyway. I don't typically call him Jimmy Hawkins. That is his actual name is Jimmy Hawkins, but he's usually called JJ or Bubba J or Jayhawk or Jimmy Jam. Sorry, guys. I know I'm just blowing my schnoz in the middle of the room, but I don't have any. We are out of Kleenex, so yeah. Should be home on Saturday or Sunday. Damn. People, I like that's quick. I don't know why I just got Pippi Longstocking stuck in my head. That's cute. Sorry, I'm looking at Twitter. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. His big long stocking. His big long stocking. Yeah, that definitely helps when it comes to like hospital stuff. Is it's really hard not to be nervous and stuff, but I got used to it so much. I had so many surgeries that I got used to it, and I was just usually so sick before them that I didn't even care. Yeah, hair tie. Give me a second, put my hair tie. I had enough of my hair down now. But yes. It is getting longer. I'm so excited. No, cancel. I did not want to. I wanted to see the comments. Unicorn divers are back in stock at Tykables, guys. Not that I've ever tried them. My hair is funny. We're starting to get to the point where everything stays back though, which is good. So I don't look at Twitter very often, so it's like, what's that going on? I went through my Twitter list recently and um, my follow list at least. I unfollowed a lot of ABDL guys because all they post is crotch shots and things like that, and I'm just like, I'm tired of that. Pebbles Flintstone here, right? I also just get really upset at a lot of people on Twitter because they post all these public, like pictures of them in public places completely dressed as a baby. And I'm like, that is just wrong. It's very wrong, in my opinion. It's like, Mm. Not a deaf person. Ah, I see what that means. It is such a personal thing. Plus, it's not something you should force on the public. It's just really not. And it drives me crazy when people. I mean, like, I know this person that I saw the picture of too, and I'm just like, I want to smack them because it's just not okay. Like, completely babbed out in the middle of a doctor's office. Like, no, no, and no. Not okay. I mean, like, yeah, you can go out with certain things, but you should not be going out with the binky. Yes, I like this shirt a lot. It's actually decent quality. Like, it's a really decent quality. I was surprised. And it's very comfy. It actually is the shirt that kind of made me realize, yes, I am losing weight because this used to be a lot tighter. Like the arms used to be a lot tighter and stuff. I love this shirt. But yeah. It's not up to the public to judge either way, but you when it comes to dressing the like I might wear this out, but I wouldn't go any further than that. I might wear overalls out type of thing deal. But when it comes to I read this book, guys. If you haven't read this book as an AB, read it. It's really good. There's a Baby in My Bed by Rosalie Bent. It is a really good book. Um, and she made some really great points in there about coercing the public into being involved. Um, yes, I did pick it up. Coercing the public into being involved and forcing like them to interact with it and to be a part of it. Like that is what you're doing when you go out like that, and that's not right. Coercing the public into being involved in any way, shape, or form is not right. And I'm not saying don't wear your fun little shirts and things like that, but don't need to go out with your plushies, your binkies, your bottles, your diaper bags, all that shit. That is forcing your lifestyle and your kink on other people and forcing them to be involved. Not that you're directly interacting with them, but it's still forcing it on the public, and it's not right. It's just what other people, not many other, and I feel the same way with like pretty much any type of kink. You should not be forcing that on the public. I'm not talking about like sexuality, I'm talking about kinks. And I don't like necessarily term the little side of me as a kink because to me, kink generally means sexual, but it is a kink, it is a fetish at this point, and forcing your fetish onto anybody, no matter what it is, forcing your fetish on the public is not ever okay because they cannot give consent, things like that. It's just not right, in my opinion. And if your opinion differs, that's up to you. But there is a way to do the little in public thing without wait till I'm daddy to do so. What? Not fair. Um might be days away. It's a fetish that is misunderstood, yes. But at the same time, like it's out of the norm. And well, yes, it would be nice if it was more normalized. At the same time, you go when you're completely decked out as a baby in public, you're going a little bit too far. Like, yes, you can wear childlike clothes and things and it still be kind of acceptable, but when you are walking around with a pacifier in your mouth, holding a bottle and a plushie and a diaper bag, like that's a little much. And it is coercion, and coercion is not good. You know? Yeah. It's just not good, you know? In a way, it's kind of like forcing people to listen to your music or something like that. It's not right. Like, it's not okay to force things on people without their consent. And when you go to the out in public and to the stores and all that, especially like places where there's going to be kids, especially where parents are going to be uncomfortable if they see that, it is your responsibility to not put that on other people. It drives me crazy when people completely disregard other people in that. It's like, you are, yes, this is your thing, but it's a thing that does not need to be so blatant in public. No, like, yes, I would happily wear this shirt with overalls or something out in public. Mostly I don't, though. I mostly keep more of my geeky type things for in public. Like, I wear my Pikachu onesie out all the time, but that's not. It's not me trying to be a baby. It's just that I wear onesies a lot. Come on, cord. There we go. Yeah, backlash can be a likely result, and it's just not a good image for the society to have of our community. You know, it's like that's just not. It's not right. You know, and I feel kind of the same for those that would go out in like the BDSM leather garb and stuff like that. I feel like it's the same thing. While BDSM is a lot more socially acceptable, it's still that was too tight. It's still like forcing the public to be involved in it, you know. Like I have seen a lot of people before who are kind of dressed young, but I've also seen people who are ABs who completely dress appropriately while still dressing little. They dress appropriately for public. There's a lot of ways to do that. So many ways to do that. Going out with your binky clipped to your shirt and holding your bottle and things like that, that's just not, in my book, appropriate. You know, that's like someone who's into the dungeon stuff going out with their whip in their hand and dressed in complete leather garb. Like, you don't see that, like, almost ever, as far as like just general public. Like, you really don't see that because it's known that, hey, we don't do this, you know, we don't force anything on anyone like that. And it drives me nuts that those in the AB community think they can or should. It's like, no, number one, it's a private thing. It is private. It's your, you know, any lifestyle change, it should be, you know, private. My hair sticky ups. A slow pace should be taken, and it just should be appropriate, you know. Some people's regular clothing isn't acceptable, you know, in my opinion. It's just, you know, like nudists don't walk around nude out in society unless you're in a nudist colony where you have everything you need. Like, you do have to wear clothing in public, and it's like you should be respectful of those around you in what you're doing. So it's a little bit frustrating. It drives me nuts. And the picture from this person, like, I don't like this person in the first place. Yeah. Yep. Like, if you're going to an event specifically for that community and that kink, then fine. Then totally fine. Go how you want. But if you have to stop to the store before that, take your binky off. Don't bring your plushie with you. Things like that. Don't cart your diaper bag around anyway. I mean, most people don't need to cart around a diaper bag very often because you don't have to change that often with the diapers from, you know, today, nowadays. So it's like, nah, just nah. But that's my soapbox, and I'm the same way. Like, I don't let, and I'm careful about how Andrew goes out in public and how Hannah would never address Little in public anyway because she's too embarrassed. Um, but it's more acceptable for women to have the cutesy stuff. It's much more acceptable, but still, you have to be careful. You have to be appropriate. Anyway, that's my rant for the day. This is why I typically don't go on Twitter. And that's why I went and unfollowed a bunch of people because I was just seeing stuff I did not want to see. And yeah, it just makes me upset. So. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on it? Do you guys agree? Do you disagree? Like, what are your thoughts? I'm curious. I know a lot of people who think the same way I do. I know a lot of people who don't, obviously. Yeah. Okay. They should stay at home. Like, there have been times I have told people that I've talked to that, yes, I am an AB. I told my therapist that. And it's like, there is a time and a place. And if somebody asks, you can, you feel free. Like, I'm not comfortable discussing that. But if you're going out in public like that, you better sure as hell be upfront and honest. you know, I just hate that, when people do that in public, I hate it because it leads to most people still think pedophile. And convincing people of a fetish in general, yes, I agree. Um, but it's like we need to portray us in the best light we can in order for our lifestyle to become more acceptable and more appropriate. So when you are just not, when you're dressed like that and you're not around someone you're going to discuss it with and be like, this is why I do this, type of thing, it's going to be a problem. And it's going to have people thinking bad things and whatnot. And so it's like, if you can be around people and have the discussion about this is what most of the community is like. Yes, there are some, there is pedophilia. First, there is pedophilia in the community. I've known a few people who borderlined on it who I still will not talk to anymore because they're not involving, but they're allowing children at the age of 13 to be involved in this. And it's like, no, we have to protect the kids as much as we have to protect ourselves. The whole 13 and up isn't just to protect us. It's or the 18 and up. It's not just to protect us. It's also to protect them from the bad. And, there's a lot of bad people out there that are in this community, and we have to protect the kids from that, because it's our responsibility at that point. If we are discussing things with young children, it's our responsibility to make sure they're safe. And unfortunately, especially with the online aspect of it, there's no way to know fully who a person is and what they're doing, what they're thinking, what they're doing in their private with, anything. And it's just, It's so dangerous for the little kids. There have been so many stories that I've heard of young kids um, in the community getting hurt. There is an element of wickedness in the group. There's an element of wickedness in anything like that, especially when, you know, being an AB is often a very integral part of people, of those of us in the community. And the problem is that it is both sexual and non-sexual. If it was a non-sexual thing, then that's fine. But there is a sexual aspect to it for lots of people. Hi, Kitty. So that's where the danger comes in. Because a 13-year-old may hop into a group and start talking to people and then get pulled into things they shouldn't be pulled into at that age. And I think maybe even going 16 and up would be kind of okay, but I mean, I have talked and become friends with kids who are just under 18. But that was like not through any website. It was a private thing, like a friend knows a friend type of deal. But they decide to be inappropriate. Yeah. Like, I feel like there's some, like, media's portrayal of the community has been pretty poor. I don't think they've really ever quite hit the nail on the head with anything they've done. Sadly, you are so skinny. You need to be eating, dude. You're getting skinny again. He has food in the kitchen and he refuses to eat. Yes, they cannot understand the emotional and physical. Right, exactly. Like, there was a group I was in on Discord that I left hardcore, and blocked people from it because they changed it from an 18 and up to a 13 and up. And I was like, no, hell no. I'm not doing that. I'm not allowing, like, we should not be allowing that because 13-year-olds are not mature enough to understand it. Like, yes, there are times they need that support and things like that. But in a big group setting where there's no one to check people, to keep them accountable like that, it's not the place for them. I have, yes, talked to, especially young girls. I've talked to young girls about 13ish before about the community a little bit because number one, I'm a woman. Number two, I can tell them, hey, this isn't a safe place. Please just wait. I know it's really hard to wait to be part of the community, but it's for your own safety. And I hate that the community has now, like, I don't know how many of you know this, but there's the CGLR side of things now, which was basically created as a way of it not being an unacceptable thing for kids. Like, it's a non-sexual side of things for, but it opened up people started using it as a way to allow these young kids in. And it's like, no, they are not ready for this. They are not at an age where they can give consent legally. They should not be involved in these groups. That's different, Aries. That's different. I'm talking about this community in particular. I'm talking about the ABDL community. Gaming is a lot different. It's still like, there's still a lot that, can go on. But when it comes to something like especially a sexual fetish thing, any type of thing involving sexual fetishes and stuff like that should be, very carefully, taken care of. And yes, I have advised, especially a couple of younger girls, and been like, look, I know this is a hard thing to handle and to hear and to not have the support on, but for your safety, that should be 19 plus. For your safety alone, this is not a good play. I've had to block kids from my YouTube before because of it. It's like, look, I know I'm a fairly clean person when it comes to this stuff, but Snitch is the champion. Hi, Addison. Long time no see. He has the hiccups right now. Oh, maybe he doesn't. Are they gone? Oh, and the purr. As soon as I touch the head, the purr. I'm trying to teach him that if he wants to snuggle, he can go on my shoulder because he gets his hair in my face otherwise, and that's annoying. But like, I've had to block kids from my channel before because it's like you are not old enough for this. It's not safe. And I've had a lot of kids who respect that and are like, okay, I will wait. Especially with interacting, especially when it comes to interacting with other people in the community. You know, I'm 33 years old. I know, you know, a lot of you are older than me as well. And it's like, it's just, you got to be careful. You got to protect these kids. You know, it's just not, there is a time and a place, and they will be involved in the community at some point. But you got to wait. Need to change, but that would require getting up. Yeah. I'm probably waiting to change till Andrew gets home if I can do it. Um, you know, but I wish there was a way for us older people to give the support to the kids. But I love it when he plays like that. But you know, it's all about safety for those kids. I got hang on. Love these tykables. Yes, they're the best. Thank you. Boop. Honestly, 33 makes me slightly uncomfortable. See, I don't have a problem. Okay, so here's the thing. I probably wouldn't date a person that's a good, 20 years older than me, but I will happily be friends, you know? Um, and like there have been some older gentlemen that have been really creepy toward me. That it's like, ooh, you know. Um, but at the same time, like as long as everybody's respectful and understands that there are lines you don't cross, and even at any age, there are lines you don't cross. You know, like I wouldn't probably be with a daddy that was 50, 60 years old, but what was that noise? It sounded like a fart, but it came from your face. Not gentlemen, yes. You smoke less? That's good. I need to order pacifiers soon because mine is brokey. I can still use it, but it is nice. And yes, I do smoke less if I have my binky in more. You see how he reacts whenever he's doing this now. That's because the heater vent just turned on. His favorite thing is for you to just scritch all the way down. Oh, no, baby. This is the first time he's really come snuggle today. I know I love you too. Lately, he's been wanting to sit on my face like this all day. He did that a lot yesterday. I have never gone to an ABDL convention either. I've gone to a couple of meetups, but that's it, like 3. We do have a DDLG type thing here in Lawrence. We just haven't gone. It's a just like general fetishes that are involved in the ABDL community and stuff like that. I'm part of a group, or I was. I don't know if I am anymore. Oh, black cat named Bubblegum. Oh, there you go. That feels good. That's hilarious. The face is just like, Is that for good? You want to dig in? Okay, here we go. Oh, he's just like, that's the spot. I hit the spot. That feel good? Now I have hair everywhere. Oh my god. Everywhere. All the hairs. Yes, all the hairs. Don't stop. Don't ever stop. Oh, oh, oh. Feel good? You are hairy. This is also his other favorite thing. Those neck scratches are his favorites. Yeah, you're a good boy. I've never had a cat that really liked his back pet a ton or his belly. Like he'll let me pet his belly sometimes. Other than that, sometimes he gets mad. Oh, and gets up. I have two German Shepherds. Oh man, we had a German Shepherd. Well, actually, we've had three German Shepherds growing up. Our first German Shepherd was when I was about 5, and we could not keep her, unfortunately, because she had um, some illness. It was probably treatable, but it was probably something like giardia or something like that. So we could not keep her more than like a week. We actually gave her right back to the breeder pretty much because my mom had a baby at the time, and um, she could. She's like, I can't have a dog pooping all over my house and my baby crawling in it. Um, Actually, I was younger than 5. I want to say because my sister was like not even a year old, and she's only 3 years younger than me. So I was almost 4. But then we got Micah. Micah was our black lab German Shepherd mix. We had her for 7 years. She went completely psychotic, and when she turned about 7 years old, she went nuts, and we had to put her down. And then we had Boaz. We got Boaz right before we put Micah down, I want to say, or yeah, right before we put Micah down, by like a few months. And Boaz was just the most wonderful dog ever. They told us he was the runt of the litter. He ended up being 100 pounds. He was a tall German Shepherd, a very big German Shepherd. There was no way this puppy was the runt, but he was wonderful. He was so amazing. He trained so super well, and he was like, my mom told my dad, because one of the reasons Micah went so nuts is because my dad kind of, he tends to create aggressive dogs. And we did a very big mistake with her. We had a 3-season porch, basically, a screened in porch that you could put windows in, but we let her sit out there all the time because all of us kids were in and out of it all the time anyway. So she was out there all the time, and she became very aggressive toward anything that walked by. And her aggression ended up turning toward, when she was like 7 years old, she got really aggressive and really, really went nuts. So my mom told my dad when we got Boaz that she's like, you are not to even attempt to train this dog. She's like, I am doing the training. And he was the sweetest, most wonderful dog. He was great as a guard dog. He was a very good guard dog, and he was very intimidating looking, but like people would walk by and he'd be out in the yard, chewing on a stick, and they'd walk by and all of a sudden he's lolloping toward them and they'd be like, stop dead in their tracks. And we're like, don't worry, he's just gonna lick you. Um, and Boaz was super sweet. The only issue we ever had with Boaz and aggression was the neighbor's dog. When we moved in, sadly, we did not have the time. Well, we didn't do this on purpose. Accidentally, we had two male German shepherds living about a quarter mile away, less than that actually, but they saw each other from each other's yards and just started running toward each other. And the battle of territory happened, and they never reacted well to each other since that day. So that was the only time we ever had an issue with Boaz's aggression, and it was only that dog. Like, he was super duper friendly to other dogs, and he was such a good boy. He was so amazing. Like, he could have been a seizure alert dog, any form of service dog. Like, he was so easily trained and listened so well. Most of his life was spent off leash in our yard. He was just a really good boy. So it was a much sad day when he passed away. He was 13 years old, so he was an old boy. But he was 13 years old when he passed away. Male was 152 pounds and the female was 100. Those are huge German Shepherds. I hate snow. Only time I ever loved it was when I was in school in Kansas. Yeah, I hate snow as well too. We have cold, but it's not. It's nice and sunny out today. It's not really. An unhealthy fear of dogs. Um, Thankfully, we were interacting with dogs from the time we were born. Like, my grandmother had a dog. Like, a lot of people we knew had dogs. So we were interacting with them from pretty much the time we were born to, it was, and we had really good dogs. Like, except for Micah. Micah was not great. But even after that, right before Boaz passed away, we bought, we had already bought some Bichon Frises. My mom was breeding dogs at this point. And we knew Boaz was getting old. We knew he was getting close to his time. So we wanted to bring in another family dog before he passed away so that we would have time to attach before we lost Boaz. And I was so grateful for that, because I was very ill at the time. And my mom bought a Springer Spaniel, tricolor Springer Spaniel, and she was so sweet. Like, I adored Boaz, and I was really bonded with Boaz, but not like I was with Randy. I had just gotten out of the hospital when she came in. Actually, my mom, she came home before I got out of the hospital. This was after my second surgery, I believe. And she was just so wonderful and so snuggly and precious and adorable. Oh my God. And her and I immediately bonded, like, super duper strong. She was my dog. My mom was planning on breeding her and stuff, and it was like, no, she's Britt's dog. And Randy would wait for me at the door during the day when I was gone at work and school. She was just my baby. She was so wonderful. But Mile is no longer with us. He was a solid black shepherd named Shadow, and his daughter is still with us. Her name is Avery, and she's a cream German shepherd. Ooh. Got in the middle of a dog fight when I was a kid. 6 months ago, you were attacked by a pit. That's sad because I know a lot of people don't like pit bulls most of the time. Pit bulls are an amazing dog. They do have a potential to be aggressive, just like any other dog. It depends on how they're raised and how they're treated. Pit bulls are some of the most loyal, hardworking, wonderful dogs. And I'm sorry that you have a bad reaction to dogs because they're amazing animals. Especially working dogs. Like, I don't like the yippy dogs. I never really liked my mom's Bichons. But any type of dog that was like a working dog, a hunting dog, anything like that, the ones that, love to have a purpose, Boaz was a German Shepherd, and he always had to know exactly where his entire family was. If one of us was gone, he would get like really antsy and like go around the entire house looking for him. We usually had to let him watch us leave because otherwise he would get really upset because he didn't know where we all were, you know. And it was funny. He learned how to play hide and seek because he was so in tune with who was gone and how many are supposed to be in the family that we would throw his toy and we'd go hide. And he would literally come in the room, scan all the people, and know someone was gone. And then he just bound looking for us. Like we were hiding like outside in the bathtub, like on the second floor of the house in the freaking attic, and he would find us. He would sniff us out. The only time that we ever truly like tripped him up when we were playing hide and seek was we would throw his toy really far into, like, we had a from the family room to the living room was like several feet, so we'd throw it from the family room into the living room, and before we threw it, everybody would line up on the couch except for the person throwing the toy who was standing in the middle of the room. We'd throw the toy and quick hop behind everybody and throw a blanket over us. And it took him quite a while to figure that trick out because the smells were masking the person that was gone. He did finally figure that out. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They are some loyal ass dogs. Yeah, that was kind of the funny thing when it came to our Bichons. It was really funny to see kind of the difference in the temperaments of the types of dogs. Like there was Boaz, who his family was everything. If we were outside playing, he had to be right with us and things like that. The Bichons were more like we're going to protect our pack ourselves. You know, like our male Bichon was very much like these are my these are mine. You know, we had one male to like five females, and he was just like these are my girls, and he didn't much care about the family. He cared about his little harem, you know. There used to be a neighborhood dog people called Brewski. I was terrified of until I had another dog come charging at me, and Brewski chased it off. Wow. Yeah, the German shepherds will protect you if they are trained to. Now, if they are trained to be like police dogs and things, like, okay, German shepherds are a working dog and they love it. It's kind of sad that a lot of times they have to be really trained to be aggressive in those situations. But typically when you have a dog that is trained for that, um, they know, like, working dogs often will have a vest. Dogs know when that vest goes on, this is I am trained to do this. That's why service dogs, like, they know when that vest goes on that they are in service dog mode. And then when it's off, like, I've had people, you know, show the difference of their dog in the vest versus not in the vest, how they react when outside the house. It's very interesting that a dog can really understand that and the difference of it's time to work and it's time to just be chill. Um, and even working dogs are not perfect all the time, but it's interesting that they learn the mindset that they do for their job. You know, like a lot of German shepherds that are police dogs and stuff, um, they know, like, okay, I'm on high alert for this when I'm in this vest. Service dogs know, okay, I'm going to pay attention to my human, not what's around me. I'm going to pay attention to my human. I don't get to pay attention to smells, dogs, people, nothing. Um, you know, which is why it's so important to not touch a working dog without permission. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible, Aries. That I will never understand. Why would someone come back to poison a dog? The way that so many humans treat dogs is just so sad. When you see the abuse that goes on of pets and things like that, it's like, how could you do that? Like, this is an animal that we have taken in, and it really can't fend for itself anymore. In a way, it could, but why would you mistreat them at that point? So all that after that, my fear of that dog was gone. Yeah, and I think it's really I understand why it would be tough to be able to handle dogs after that. I get that. You know, which is why like pit bulls have such a bad rap, is people see them fighting and aggressive, and then they don't realize that that was trained into them and they were forced into that. Pit bulls fight and stuff because they're starved if they don't, and things like that. It's ridiculous that you know yes, there are some dogs and there are certain breeds of dogs that are prone to aggression, you know but any dog, if it's shown the right love and support, will be a decent enough dog. You know, like Micah. Hello, Anthony. Um, Micah, our German Shepherd, was very sweet to our family. She would never ever think about hurting us, but other people, she did things. She snapped at one of my cousins when he was little. She became just not mentally stable in her old age, sadly. She almost bit the mailman. It was quite the thing. But yeah, you know, it's all about most of the time. It is all about how a dog is trained on how it will react. If it's a stray dog, that's a different story. Like a dog that has not got a home, that's a completely different story. You have to be careful about how you approach those, because especially if they're completely feral all their lives, they're going to have no clue that humans are nice. You know, but, but yeah, my dog. I think my cat went back upstairs. It's back to nap time for all the pets. Jimmy is asleep. At least I think he's asleep. It looks like he's asleep. It's cold. I'm cold because I'm not wearing a long sleeve shirt. I only have two long sleeve shirts. Ah. Well, if you're trying to break into. Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Addison. I mean, dogs that are guard dogs are gonna hurt people that are intruding. But they rarely hurt a person just to hurt a person. That's super sad. Sorry that that's going on. That's can't even imagine that, like losing your husband like that. I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine losing Andrew. I couldn't imagine losing Hannah either. But that would just be so sad. Was it sudden or was it known that he was going to pass soon? I don't remember if you said anything about that. It is really a bummer. I'm so glad though that I am back to being able to stream, you guys. I've missed streaming. Sudden, oh, ugh. Did he have any pre-existing condition? Because that's pretty crazy for pneumonia to just kill a healthy person like that. No, it's not something I'd recommend either. It's my sister's fiance. His father just passed away, basically from pneumonia, but he had complications because he had lung cancer. Oh, he was in the nursing home. Okay. That's sad. That's rough. Ah, he was diabetic. Oh, so he had a compromised immune system in general then. That's still sad though. Like, oh, I'm so sorry for your family, especially your sister. Actually, it was a week ago today that, or tomorrow, that my sister's father-in-law to be passed. Um, yeah, I've never lost a significant other. I've lost some very close family members. Um, Most recent was my uncle, and that was that one was hard for me, especially out of all the cousins and well, not his kids, but out of my siblings and my cousins, like I was the closest with him, and it was hard. And I can't imagine losing your life partner like that. It would just be so horrible. Yeah. Well, strokes take a while to recover from if you ever fully recover, you know. That's a lot, you know. That's one reason I'm watching my leg so close because if it's a blood clot, then those can go to your heart or to your brain or something. You never know. So I'm watching my leg pretty close. But condolences to your family, John. That's hard. My bladder was sitting in the wrong way, so when it started peeing, it was pushing on like the kink spot. My bladder. My bladder is weird. I have a very adult question if that's okay. It is okay, seeing as the stream is now 18 and up. At least for you. Yeah, I would imagine it's not ever like from things like strokes and stuff like that, you never truly fully recover. Um, it's just about, keep going, keep going. Sometimes I feel like that with my stuff. Like I know I'll never fully recover from whatever the heck's going on with me, but the point is to push on and to continue to get as best as I can. Itchy nose. Someone mentioned a while back that I have, I like you touch your face all the time, and I'm like, you have allergies, and then you tell me that you don't touch your face and scratch your nose and everything. I'm like, I have a very itchy face, and yes, I do touch my face a lot. Hence why I have acne or stuff. But yes, go ahead, John. We talked to a good long time friend about my need to be spanked. She said she gets the same desires to neither of us. It's not sexual. Yeah. Um, I think for a lot of little That's a thing. Especially littles that were not uh, abused as kids. Um, for me, spankings and things like that are a PTSD trigger. But for Hannah and Puppy, that's not the case, and they get the need to be spanked. Um, but for that's where it's a little hard for us is that I am so because it's such a big trigger for my PTSD and stuff. I have to be punished, for lack of a better word, punished in a different way. And typically, I don't just get the need to be punished. Um, if I'm doing things, it's literally like things a kid would do, like not listening right away or saying no, things like that. If I get punished, um, the typical punishment for me is standing in the corner, which I hate because it's really hard for me to stand in the corner with my issues. Sometimes they'll have me sit in the corner. It just depends on the day. But, for Andrew and Hannah, they do get that sometimes where they're just like, I need to spank it. And for them, the way they act out usually leads that way because when they feel that way, but I've never spanked. I told her if we ever do, yes, I would say that's the first and foremost thing when it comes to spanking as um, part of this lifestyle. Learning how to do it is important. Watch videos on it. There's a lot of DOMs out there who teach it. Like and it's especially important to know with what each person needs for a spank because for some littles a simple whack is all they need and all they can handle. But knowing what implement to use, what tool to use, things like that, is very, very important to discuss. And huge discussion on what you need, what you can handle. And some of it's going to take trial and error. I didn't know that a spanking was a trigger for me. You've never spanked. Yeah. Um, that's where you learn. Say you're doing it, have an open dialogue, and aftercare is very important. That is one thing. Aftercare is going to be the most important aspect of it. For me personally, I can handle really not hardcore spanking of like 5 whacks. I've told Andrew if you ever do spank me, it has to be this way for this duration. It cannot be a true spanking because I will immediately flip from little to PTSD. Um, a lot of pain is trigger for PTSD for me. Um, so it is important to discuss all of that, what she needs after a spanking, what you need after a spanking, whether or not you need a really hardcore spanking or a lighter spanking. Um, like Puppy tends to need spankings, but at the same time, he has to have more of like a hand swat a few times. Whereas I don't know exactly what Zelly needs because I honestly am completely not involved in that. But I know for me, using any form of belt, whew, no way. Um, but definitely, John, I forget what the name of the one is, but look up some DOMs online. Yes. Look up some DOMs on YouTube and stuff like that, and but definitely have an open dialogue about what you need, what is okay, what is not okay. Um, because that's, Andrew and I, we had some discussion about it, and I was willing to try it. but we quickly discovered that it's a trigger. So we now have to, and I have to, I told them that pretty much spankings are out, but if they do have to happen, this is how it has to be done. So, but every person is different. And that's going to take a lot of thinking on both of your parts on what you actually need, like how it's done, things like that. It's very important to discuss that. And always make sure you're not, make sure you have a safe word in that, make sure you both understand, hey, if this is too much, we say this and it's done, scene ended, boom, done. But, and a lot of it you're not necessarily gonna know until it happens, like I didn't realize like I can't handle hard spankings. I can't handle any form of a tool. I can't like a belt, anything really, a paddle, anything. I cannot handle it at all. But we had to try. Like Andrew at one time used a belt, and I said, no, we cannot do the belt. Tried a couple other things, and it was like, no. Every single time he used a tool, it was no, 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 no. So for me, spanking is pretty much out. We've tried other forms of like restraint and things like that. Like back when we had the high chair, we tried that a little bit with some restraint, and I flinched. It was not my thing. I was not doing well. I had panic attacks, things like that. So we've had to really figure out what I am okay with without being triggered into PTSD. Yes, you have to be very cautious. That's the same thing. I have a lot of different I have a lot of different triggers. Um, there are definitely some things as a little that trigger PTSD. We've had talks about this. Like, I have an extreme issue with abandonment. So there's times where Zelly will come down and be like, Daddy, I want to snuggle. And I'm like, Daddy, don't fall asleep because, I'm still down here and stuff like that. And he'll be like, oh, I'm not going to fall asleep. I'm not going to fall asleep. And an hour later, neither of them are down and they're asleep. And to that crushes me and starts a lot of like abandonment issue things, but that also transfers over to adult things. Like I have a very hard time discussing Andrew and Zelly getting married and having kids because it triggers abandonment issues in me. There's certain sounds. Hello, Jackson. There's certain sounds that trigger me, certain images, there's a lot of different, and I don't even know all my triggers. But when you're dealing with a little and a PTSD issue, it becomes even harder. Right. Don't feel it. See, I do a lot better when it's over a diaper. I do okay. Like I don't have a problem when I'm swatted over a diaper. Definitely not in these cycles, right? Um, but it's really been so it's a lot of learning, especially when you have PTSD and you're little, because PTSD and triggers are hard to handle in and of themselves. Especially for me, I have to be in a certain little headspace. Otherwise, my triggers are, way up. But my little side has to feel very secure, very loved, and very cared for. Because otherwise, it just ends up me completely melting into a puddle and being upset. Um, you know, Also, something that's really I've discovered is really triggering and upsetting to me as a little. I live in a house with two other people. Those of you who are new, I live in a house with two other people. I am asexual, so I don't have a sexual relationship with either of them. I used to with Andrew until I kind of realized, hey, I don't like this. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't like it. Now they have each other to do the whole sexual thing with, and I've learned that even being able to hear any part of it is very triggering to me. Like it number one, it really affects my little side because little me knows what sex is in a way, yes, but at the same time, it makes me feel very uncomfortable to hear that. And that's probably because, my father was sexually abusive to my mother and all that stuff. But, it makes me not necessarily pop out of a little space, but it makes me feel very uncomfortable. And it makes me just shut down. And I'm trying to get them to understand, like, hey, if you're going to go up there, I know you guys think you're quiet, but you're not. Please either play music or turn the TV on before you go up. Because I cannot handle hearing that. And I don't even like hearing it as in big mode either. If it was me doing discipline, it would be a pop in the butt or a hand smack. No belts, spoons, etc. I figure if the hand can't get the point across, try something else. Yes and no. It depends on the little. I have a friend who has quite the array of paddles and things like that, and I'm like, no. Like I've seen pictures, and I'm like, no. For me, yes. Typically, a firm swat on the butt is enough to get my attention. If it's not, I get timeout, or I don't get to play with a toy or something like that. Being swatted in a diaper does make you feel little, though, for sure. Yes. It does. Like, there's a difference. There's also a very big difference between a playful swat on the diaper and a spank. I don't like when, here's the thing that I had to kind of pop into big mode for this because Andrew likes to swat my butt when I'm in a diaper, which is all the time. But he does it a little rough. Andrew's the type of guy that doesn't know his own strength. Like he works with his hands and his arms constantly. He has strong ass arms. So what he thinks is just a nice little swat actually hurts me because if he gets in the right spot, it jars things that had surgery. So I had to be like, listen, number one, don't sneak up on me and swat my butt. Just never do that. Never sneak up on me and do things because that just automatically puts me on edge. So yeah, we didn't typically use belts. We had a wooden spoon. There were a few times my dad used a belt, which is one reason I cannot handle it. The way my dad spanked was very, very, very abusive. I have more of a problem with how my dad spanked me than my mom. My mom a lot of times made us wait for dad. But I never did well with spankings. It was always I'm not going to get into it a ton as far as how I was as a kid because when I think about it, it's just not good. But I got out of spankings a lot because of my ability to sleep all the time during the day. Mom would send us up to our room, go up to your room. I'll be up there in a minute because me and my sister were naughty. We were always getting in trouble together. And I had the wonderful ability that if I hit the pillow during the day, I'd take a nap. And my mom had 5 kids. So she'd be like, go up to your room until I come up while I deal with this, this, and this. So my sister, we did share a room. And we'd go up, sit on our beds, and I would zonk out. And my sister, who had no ability to nap during the day, would be so frustrated because my mom would come up and spank her and I'd be asleep. And my mom's like, well, I don't feel it's right to spank her at this point because basically what she needed was just a change of scenery and an attitude adjustment, and taking a nap did that. Yeah. Like it was, my mom most of the time my mom typically sent us up to our room. We did get spanked for certain things from my mom. My mom feels horrible about this, mind you. she regrets it. And she was a very much an angry spanker. Like she spanked in anger a lot of the times. And she's apologized to me so many times for that. Like I'm like, Mom, you were doing what you thought was right. We were raised in a Christian household where everybody got spanked, and the way she did it was just a reactive thing, like spank, spank, spank. My mom never did the spanks like my dad did. My dad did like torture. It was just manipulation and torture, and it was horrible. But so there's a reason why, Andrew wasn't really spanked as a kid. Hannah wasn't really spanked as a kid. She was spanked, but it was nothing like how I grew up being spanked. And it was just and at least half the time my mom would have my dad do the spanking once he got home, which was awful. But oh well. But that leads to my little side is very traumatized by that. I would much rather have to sit in my crib and not play and things like that. Typically if I'm put in my crib I will eventually fall asleep, which is why Daddy has to actually like pay attention to the time if he actually wants me to like just sit in there for timeout. We typically don't use, that's another thing with me and punishment. We cannot use something that is a good thing in a negative way. So my crib, for example, is rarely used as a timeout. Like if I'm put in my crib, it's because, hey, you need a moment and why don't you take a nap? Things like that. You like using my crib as a punishment is not a good thing. Also locking me in my crib, not a good thing. When we first got my crib built, Daddy had, padlocks, which I was like, okay, lock me in my crib for the night. I was okay with it for the night. And then I woke up in the morning. It was a weekend. The first time he ever locked me in, it was a weekend. And this was right before Hannah moved in, or right after Hannah moved in. I was new to the crib, and typically we have the thing where he gets up in the morning and unlocks it before he leaves for work. But on the weekend, it was I woke up before him. And I could not get out of my crib. And I called for him and called for him and called for him. He did not wake up. And it ended up that he woke up finally to me completely freaked out and sobbing. And we actually threw the locks away because that was not okay. Like I discovered I can't be restrained in that way. Like it just creates panic. The reasoning for that is very, very tangible. When I was, let's see, we had my 1-year-old sister, my 3-year-old sister, and me in a room at one point. We were playing a game with the baby where the baby was chasing us, or we were chasing the baby, or something like that. And we ran into our room, quick closed the door so the one couldn't catch us, and then they came and we opened the door and then shut it again. And at that point, the door did not open. All right, see you later, Addison. We tried to get the door open. It didn't open. We then spent the next hour screaming at the top of our lungs, all three of us, sobbing, screaming. We were shouting down the registers, which didn't actually work, screaming and screaming and screaming. And my older sister, who was 2 years older than me, came upstairs, thought we were playing, and didn't open the door, even though we were screaming and banging on it. Another hour goes by, and my mom's like, you know what? I know my kids go play a lot together and they're quiet, but she's like, this is not normal. Like, where are my kids? And Denny had told her, or no, she had sent, I think she sent Denny, I don't remember exactly, but I think she sent my older sister up to tell us, like, or to come get us because she heard us or something. And Denny went down and said, oh, they're playing. Well, an hour later, we're still screaming. And my mom's like, okay, I need to go, change the baby, get the baby food, all that stuff. Comes up to our room and opens the door. And we are utterly panicked, terrified, out of our minds. And so ever since then, like I used to sleep with my bedroom door shut mostly, but never all the way. I became very particular. I had to have dark, but like being locked in anything is the problem. And like, I mean, I would literally like put things at night just in case something happened. I would put a sock between the door so it wouldn't fully shut. And like, so when that thing happened a couple of years ago where I was locked in the crib and he didn't wake up right away, it automatically sent me into an utter panic. Like, I tried climbing out of the crib. I stuffed every plushie I could to try and climb out of it. Unfortunately, at this point, I was still really not able to move, and the walls of my crib are 4 feet tall. I'm only 5'4", 5'4" 3/4. I couldn't get myself up over it to climb over. I tried, and I ended up just screaming to get like for him, and he felt so bad, and he did throw away the locks that day. I'm like, I can't. Or he didn't throw them away that day, but he took them outside of my room, and at one point I finally made them throw them away because at one point, Hannah had changed I figured out what the lock said at one point. I played with it enough to figure it out so that if I ever got in that situation again, I could get out of it. Just because I'm like, okay, I have to know what these things are so that in case it's ever used anywhere, I can get out or I can undo it. And Hannah changed it. She changed what the combination was and didn't tell me. And I pretty much flipped. I ended up in my room sobbing. Andrew came home and was like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, she changed the combination to the lock, so I don't know what it is, and blah, 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 blah. And he's like, you know what? No, this is it. We're done. We're throwing them away. He grabbed the garbage can and he changed the combination again. He's like, look, we're going to just do it something and we're going to toss it in the garbage. And I was really upset because the main problem was she wouldn't tell me what it was. And I'm like, if you guys aren't going to tell me what it is, and I can't risk you guys being silly and putting it on my crib and I not know what it is. I was not ever okay with that. And we didn't do it long at all. We did it a few times before I freaked out. And after that, it was just like, no, I can't have that in the house knowing that I don't know the combination, and so I made them get rid of it. I have a crib for a couple of different reasons. Yes, as an AB, I like my crib. On the other hand, we were trying to make a semi-safe space for me with my seizures and things. When we moved me out of the room with Andrew at the time, because we did this a couple of weeks before Hannah moved in, Andrew's like, I want to make it special for you. Like, you have your own space. This is your thing. So it's both an AB thing and a safety thing because I have had seizures at night and almost like I've had seizures at night where I didn't shut the door of my crib and I almost fell out. So now, even though I don't typically have seizures at night, we are still very thankful for it. And we do shut the door every night and latch it. We don't lock it, we latch it. And so, yes, it is my safety bed because it's basically a special needs bed. I can get out of it anytime I want, but in the event that I'm unconscious in my bed, I am safe. Because I do have a type of seizure where I am semi-conscious and I don't necessarily stay put. It's a weird form of a seizure. I'm not going to really get into it much, but that one runs the risk of me injuring myself because I'm not actually conscious, but I move around. I sometimes walk during these ones, and it can be very dangerous if that happens at night. So for multiple purposes, the bed serves multiple purposes. But yeah, I had to make rules about it. Like when Hannah first moved in, we had to really adjust to each other, just adjust lifestyle. So there were a lot of arguments and stuff at first. And we quickly had to make the rule that if I am in my crib, we don't have any form of yelling or argument. Yeah, if I am laying in my crib, you do not come in my room and make a fight. If there's going to be a discussion, an argument, it has to happen outside of my room because no, sleep paralysis. Yeah, I don't have sleep paralysis per se, but yeah, not that I've ever been like never figured out or anything like that. But anyway, we had to make some rules about now that I have my own room. This is some rules that we had to set in place. Like you are not allowed to come in my room and yell at me like that. Um, you know, so no, I wouldn't like it. I don't think anybody I know who has sleep paralysis likes it. But no, my crib is meant to be my safe place, both mentally and physically. So, but oof, that's low. Yep, it's empty. I need to go get some food. But yeah, um, and the same thing kind of had to happen with their room because their room became, it was hard for me to adjust to the fact that now the bedroom I used to sleep in is their room. We had to adjust for a while. It took a long time for Hannah to feel comfortable with somebody coming into her room because she spent the last several years of her life at home with not having a bedroom because her bedroom had flooded at one point. They moved her out into this main room in the basement, and the only way it was private was her blanket fort that she built around it. And her brothers were always going through her space, and it was hard for her. And so when she finally had her own room and I would just go in there, we had to really work that out. And it's like, you have to get comfortable to the point of, I'm okay to go in your room. Now it's better. I still don't feel very comfortable going in there when they're in there because I just don't usually feel welcomed by her in their room. And I'm also picky about when they come in my room. They're allowed to come in and wake me up, and that's about it, or change diapers, or play, if I allow that. But the electric shock therapy, no, thank you. Learning boundaries is important. Like now she has her special spot in her room, which I do not ever touch. So I do feel a little more comfortable joining them for a snuggle session because Daddy will always lay in the middle of the two of us when we snuggle. But I don't know if people usually have seizures or not. I don't know. I have never had it. I don't know. I haven't known a lot of people that have. But no, we have had to really learn each other's boundaries. And even now to this day, we still are learning. It's always all right, something is I have like a something scratched in my throat. It just got really dry, so but yeah. Yes, I'm all right. I just had something stuck in my throat like a piece of dust or it just got too dry. I get tonsil stones a lot, and those can tend to make me cough and gag. Tonsil stones suck. So, but yeah. It's also an asthma thing. Sometimes I have an asthma fits or asthma attacks that cause me to cough. I don't mind jokes. It was just a lot of them at a time, you know. Oh, go get the fluid real quick. Bird, that foot is cold. It's not my swell foot. My swell foot. Which is good. Hi, Jimmy. Yeah, you're cranky. I know. Bird's like, leave me alone. Uh, are you in the UK? It's only okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it's only 3 o'clock here. We got about an hour and a half before everybody gets home. Ah, oops. Ireland, okay. There we go. Now I can use that without burning plastic. Blackout curtains are awesome. I really need to get some in my room because the minute it's light outside, it's annoying. The last few mornings, it's fairly common for me to wake up between 4 and 5. Last night I woke up at 4 and had to go potty. So I came down, went potty, and I did not fall back asleep today. Um, Mainly because I don't have a ton of regular videos to record right now. Like I've kind of reviewed a lot of I've reviewed all the diapers I can personally wear at this point. So like there's not a ton to review, and I enjoy the interaction of live streaming, but I do want to do some more videos. They may not all be diaper related. They might just be more of a chronic illness day in the life type of thing. I like the live interaction though. It's really fun. I am considering at some point switching to like YouNow or something for live streams and keep like a once a week live stream on here or something like that. But it's kind of like at the moment I've run out of content. Not run out of content, but Aries, I always sneak my vape. Um, Hi, Jake. I often sneak my vape if I'm in the hospital because, like, if I'm admitted to a hospital, I will. If I'm just in the ER, I won't, for the most part. But if I'm admitted, I'll sneak it. Um, Vapes rule, especially because, like, when you're vaping, and it's easy for um, like an exhaust fan exhausts it out of the room. So I would always go to the bathroom, have a couple of puffs while I'm sitting on the toilet or something like that with the exhaust fan going. It's really, the thing is, it's not tobacco. It's not the same. I'm annoyed right now that I got pissed off when watching, I want to say it was Grey's Anatomy. Was it Grey's Anatomy? Can't remember if it was Grey's Anatomy or ER. But they did an episode about a kid that was vaping and had an issue. And I'm like, guys, you need to research the vape because it's not that. Mask men, here's the thing. The reason I do not use my diaper for everything. Number one, I don't have enough mobility to truly clean myself up from a messy diaper because it's much more of a mess. No, you can't vape in the ER. No, if you do, you have to be very careful about how you do it. But it's much more of a mess to clean up. Plus, I have no colon. So, pretty much, I have constant diarrhea, which is not easily contained in a diaper. So, yeah, that's why I don't use them for everything all the time. I do have times where I have less bowel control, like when my muscles are very tired, when I'm sick, things like that. That's when I don't have control. Or if I'm trying to heal a fissure. But drinking coffee makes you poop. A lot of people say that. I don't have that issue. It makes me pee, but it does not make me poop. Ew. Also, the thing is, messy diapers need to be changed very quickly because poop has a lot of um, bacteria in it. You don't want that on your skin. It has acid if you're me. So it's really, really bad. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's what I was gonna say. Aries, you may not be able to get away with it right now, given that your leg is so bad. The other thing I do though, if I am in a room by myself, especially like our current hospital only has private rooms, so I would basically this is the type of blanket they have. So I'd be like, hold it, and only a little bit puffs up. The longer you hold it, like watch this, guys. This is another trick for you guys. I shouldn't be giving vape in a hospital trick, but when you're, this is, see, there's that cloud, or there's this cloud. Much less of it comes out when you hold it in for a minute. So when you do that, not so much, it's not as noticeable. Now, if you do a bunch of them in a row, yeah, you're going to have a haze across the room. Um, if you were asked to, if you are taken to the smoking area, you should be allowed to vape. Yes. Um, you have this blanket. This is a cotton blanket from Walmart. I absolutely love this blanket. It is sadly needing to be replaced. It's got a lot of stains, a lot of pulls. The side right here, the corner, is completely shredded. It's got a lot of snags. It's getting to be time to replace this blanket, but I absolutely love this blanket. Vaping weed might be a different story in a hospital. I also wouldn't do that without them knowing that you're getting marijuana because certain medication, because marijuana is more of a medication, and it has more effect on your body um, than nicotine does. So yeah, I would be careful with that. When it comes to using a regular nicotine vape, though, yeah, I don't sit there and I don't sit there and just vape like I normally would. It's literally like I'll take a couple of puffs here and there. I usually when I'm in the hospital, they consider me a fall risk because I don't have a very stable gait. Especially when I'm sick, I have like very weak, very unstable gait. So they consider me a fall risk. So there are times where they put the bed alarm on. Um, Now, because I stay cognitive at this point, I know not to get up without supervision in these cases. So, I mean, usually if I'm in the hospital, somebody's there with me most of the time. Um, yeah, so I'm very careful about when I do it. Typically, also when I'm in the hospital, I don't wear gowns for the most part because it's a pain in the butt. I don't like them. But I'm very good at getting, like, if I have an IV or something, they unhook it and I put a shirt on. So yeah, got my weed card. I would do more marijuana if it was legal, but I still react kind of weird to it, so I have to be really careful. Um, you know how to turn it off. Yeah. Um, I don't turn it off because usually if they put me on a bed alarm, it's for a good reason. Um, but they also usually only put it on at night when they're not as um, when things are quieter and I'm less likely to think, oh, I need to ask for help. Also at nighttime, usually somebody's with me. So if worse comes to worse, I can wake somebody up. But they don't often do the bed alarm thing. They do seizure precautions when I'm in the hospital. They'll pad the bed up, which is kind of funny because I don't typically have like bang my head on things seizures, but they do anyway. So yeah, but I have learned vaping tricks in the last few years. I have learned some vaping tricks in the hospital. Now I would never do that with a cigarette. Never, ever, ever. That's just wrong. But vaping is very different than cigarettes, so you can do it in a way that is much more. I am ready for tomorrow. I had on the whole time. Yeah. There are times where they literally, like when I was in for my seizure testing for the video EEG, they had the bed alarm on because that also sometimes triggered when I was having a seizure. Now we did also have like a button to push. Andrew would push the button when a seizure started, and then he'd call the nurse, things like that. But they did have me on complete bed bound unless I was going to the bathroom. So I had to have a nurse present for that because number one, I was hooked up to a ton of wires, and between that and IV stuff, I was pretty entangled. So I couldn't just get up on my own without having them, you know, give the proper, help me get out of bed and things like that because I was attached to a bunch of wires on my head. So hang on one sec, guys. Hola. Hi. No, I'm sorry. Ah, yeah. Oh no. Oh goodness. All right. No, he did actually have a tractor story. He was trying to work with tractors. They're getting all their equipment ready for the season because soccer and softball start soon. So they're getting all their equipment serviced and fixed and stuff like that. And his tractor was throwing codes and not running, and he needed to move it, and he couldn't. Okay, go ahead. I said, go ahead. He is going home before too long. I have no idea. Oh, I've heard that one before, I guess. Kind of, maybe slightly differently told, but yeah. Oh, man. He is actually coming home probably at least on time, if not early. Jeff Dunham is the best. Hey, be nice. Um, yeah, so he was having some frustrations because yesterday one of his he's working on his Pro Gator, and the parts that he got to replace parts were not correct. The numbers were wrong. Um, so he had to figure that out, and then he figured out that they have the wrong spark plugs in it and everything. So he, he is working on that, uh, trying to get it fixed. So getting ready for the sports to start up. Whoop whoop. It'll be nice that I can actually walk when I want to go to games now. Old Monty Python, yes. Um, I'll actually be able to use my walker and actually go to the games a bit, which will be nice to get away from Chick-fil-A, right? I am actually like, okay, so I went to Chick-fil-A for the first time a couple weeks or while Andrew was out of town, and everybody's always raving about it. And I actually was not that impressed with it. I'm not a huge like I'm not a chicken nugget fan. I had their grilled chicken nuggets, so it wasn't the breaded ones. And like I like slim chickens better. I'm not hugely like I'm not like, oh my god, Chick-fil-A is best thing ever. It was okay, but it was not like these are the best things I've ever had. We have a lot of chicken places. We have a lot of chicken places in town. We have Chick-fil-A. We have Slim Chickens. We have Canes. We have Zaxby's. And we have Popeyes. Like all the chicken places. I am not that fond of Chick-fil-A. So Hannah loves it. I am like, eh. So from the sounds of it, Andrew's gonna be puppy tonight, except for the fact that we kind of have a thing and we've had it for a long time. When I get new diapers or something like that, or diapers I haven't had in a while, I have to wait for daddy to open them and put the first one on me. So he's like, I have my rebels in, and seeing as I have my rebels, I'm gonna be saving the rest of the Megamaxes for nighttime, as much as possible. And I'm just gonna use the rebels. And he's like, well, I want to put the first one on you. I haven't had them in a while. So Yeah. So he's making me wait till he gets home. So, Bo, just so you're aware, if you're still watching or when you watch this back later, I am going to be using the money that you send me for the plushie. I am going to be using it to buy my binky. Whoop, whoop. And possibly some stuff to decorate it with. All right, see you later, Mask Man. Have a good night. So yeah, I'm gonna be buying my binky. I put it on my wish list so that I had it there because I can just go buy the stuff off my own wish list. And I keep it there so it's like I know I have it there and I won't have to go search for it again. Yeah. Yeah, Megamax are good for nighttime. See, I go back and forth so much with my nighttime diaper usage. There are nights where I am drenched, and there are nights. Excuse me, I'm so tired. Sorry, I'm yawning so much. There are nights that I don't pee at all, like last night. I woke up this morning, I was dry, I rolled over, I got out of bed, and peed. But I was also up a couple of times throughout the night going poop, so that's kind of like had I not done that, I probably would have had a wet diaper. Um, thank you, eggs. I have to remember that I don't do well with scrambled eggs. I only do well with like sunny side up or hard boiled. I don't do well with scrambled eggs, and I always forget that. So we had breakfast for dinner last night, and it was yummy, mind you. It was good, except for I'm not okay. So we make waffles in the oven, right? We put them on a tray and put them in the oven. And nobody ever gets them hot all the way through, and that drives me crazy. But I also don't like crunchy things like that. I don't like crunchy bread. Um, yeah. See, this is the thing. Most of the local places are not like that. The local people don't give a shit. And it's like so they're super nice and they don't have a particular stance on anything. I don't particularly eat at Chick-fil-A. Like I don't make a point of it because it's just not I don't eat chicken very much, so it's not like I'm gonna say, yes, let's go to this chicken place over this chicken place. No, I'm typically gonna choose some chickens because they have awesome French fries and mac and cheese and and coleslaw. And so I typically choose Slim Chickens over that. Um, I don't know, Aries. I'm kind of in like a Chinese type of mood right now. But yeah, the same kind of goes with Hobby Lobby. The only thing I really like, I didn't shop at Hobby Lobby when we had like a trans person living with us because it was like against her rules. Basically, she was offended by it, so I didn't shop there much. And I don't typically shop at Hobby Lobby, except for a couple of things. Like they have some really good decor. They have a lot more art stuff than Michael's and Joann's. Like our Hobby Lobby has great art supplies. They carry all the good brands at stuff like that. So that's what I shop there for. Michael's is also harder for me to shop at because they do not have an assistive device. Hobby Lobby has a wheelchair that we use so that I don't have to waste time. I've got to double check my leg here because we are watching for a possible blood clot. Not that it's discolored or anything, but I'm having a lot of ankle pain right now, and I need to make sure that there's no discoloration or swelling on this leg. Like it doesn't look discolored or anything. It's just a sore ankle. I think what's going on is that my leg is just cranky from being worked out. It's a little bit swelled. I don't know if it's as swelled today. I'm just watching it, but that includes it. So I have to keep an eye on things. But yeah, like I don't usually shop at places like Hobby Lobby because they do tend to be more expensive. Subway is totally good and Panda Express. I vote Subway or Panda Express. They're yummy. I love me some subs. Our Hobby Lobby is huge. They recently, within the last couple of years, actually within the last 3 years, I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago, whenever Joann's came in, Hobby Lobby moved to a bigger location and it's humongous now and it's gorgeous. And I love what they have to offer. They offer a lot more Cricut stuff than Joann's does. So, yeah. But I still spam risk. Thank you, AT&T, for telling me it's spam. But I typically don't do any fabric shopping there, or I hate peas. I don't typically eat fried rice anyway. Like I'm a steamed rice person, but I go for the awesome teriyaki chicken. I don't like their egg rolls that much. Their egg rolls are okay. They're not that great. Um, so but yeah, Hobby Lobby I shop very specifically art supplies, paint. They have a really good selection of T-shirts. Unfortunately, they don't go past an XL. They only go to a 2XL for like two colors. So I don't buy my personal shirts there, but when I do orders, I buy them there. Um, and they have like every color in the rainbow. They have more Cricut stuff. They have more um, art stuff. Joann's has a very tiny art supply section. Like they don't carry much, at least at my Joann's. So I will shop at Michael's and Hobby Lobby for that. Typically Michael's because um, they usually have really decent sales and coupons and stuff like that. Like they always, I mean, Michael's does too, but I prefer the selection from Hobby Lobby over Michael's. Hobby Lobby's own brand, Master's Touch, um, they are really good sketchbooks. We got a place here in my town that has like craft stuff and everything like Hobby Lobby and Joann's has, and it's huge. Depending on the Joann's, our Joann's is a very small Joann's. It's but the next town, well, not the next town over, but Topeka, Kansas, has massive Joann's, and so does Kansas City. So we have two huge Joann's by us. So we just have to travel like half an hour, 45 minutes to a big one. So if I need to do a big haul, I'll go to somewhere like that. But I won't buy fabric at Hobby Lobby because they're just overpriced. They're just overpriced. And they don't have a very big selection. But other craft stuff, like their paints are wonderful. They have a lot of colored pencil options. They have tons of Copic markers, things like that. So typically, if I'm going for art supplies, I go to Hobby Lobby. If I'm going for fabric, I go to Joann's. Michael's has an okay selection for that stuff. But typically, I go Hobby Lobby because Hobby Lobby has an assistive device. Our Michael's has a pediatric wheelchair. And that's it. No scooters, nothing. Our Hobby Lobby has one wheelchair. It has been available every single time I've been in there. So that's why. Maybe once I have my walker, we'll do Michael's a little bit more. But Hobby Lobby is just, it's a better environment for me. It's quieter, it's calmer, it's nicer. They have less allergy stuff for me. So it's easier for me to avoid the section that is allergy when I go to my Hobby Lobby. And typically they don't have the smelly things I'm allergic to. We have so many Chinese places around here, it's not even funny. We have at least one all-you-can-eat buffet, which we do like that place a lot. Our favorite Chinese place, as far as like we're ordering Chinese for delivery or something, is called Jade Garden. They have wonderful food. Um, we also have like a couple of different sushi places that we like to go to. So yeah, we have a one right close to our house, and we have one downtown that's wonderful, but it's expensive. Sushi is expensive. It's nuts. But we don't do Chinese very often because my gut doesn't handle it very well, and it's more of the expensive type of thing. But sometimes we'll go do our all-you-can-eat buffet. So yeah, Panda Express says yummy too. We have one of those. We have like 4 subways in town. We have a place called Hawaiian Bros, and it's absolutely awesome. It's like it's chicken and pork basically with Hawaiian flavors. You know, they do teriyaki and pineapple, and they have like, oh, they're so good. Like if I'm gonna splurge on chicken, that's where I like to go. Andrew does not like them much. He doesn't like their sides. So because they only have like 3 sides. They have vegetables. They have, or sorry, 4 sides. They have vegetables. They have rice. They have macaroni salad, which I don't even like their macaroni salad, and I'm a macaroni salad person. And then they have pineapple. So we have 1, 2, 3 McDonald's, I believe. How many McDonald's do we have? Do we only have 2 or do we have 3? No, we have 3. 1, 2, 3. We have 1, 2, 3 Burger Kings, I think. We have lots of Subways. Let's see, there's one in Walmart. There's one over there, 2, 3, 4. We have like 5 Subways actually, 5 or 6, because a couple of gas stations have them too. So there's like 6 Subways in town. We have a lot of really cool barbecue places. We have lots of sports bars. We have the Salty Iguana. We have Jimmy's or Johnny's West and Johnny's North. We have Applebee's, and we have Chili's, and we have Texas Roadhouse. We have Who Hot, which is a Mongolian grill. It's good. It's another all-you-can-eat place. We have First Watch. We have a lot. We have a few Greek places. We have Pepper Jacks. We have Jefferson's, which is a local thing. They're awesome. Well, it's not incredibly. It's I believe Jefferson's is also in Kansas City. I think I'd have to look that up. Pizza Hut. We have 2 Pizza Huts. We have several like poke bowl places. We have a lot of things. We have Mexican. We have several Mexican restaurants. We have Acapulco, which is my favorite. We have El Mezcal. We have El Padres. What else? We have a lot. We have a lot of delis. On top of that, we have McAllister's, which is fantastic. We have Panera. We have Jason's. Like, we have a lot of shit around here. And then we have lots of bars. Lots and lots of them. We like good. We have Good Sense. Good Sense is our favorite sub place. Like we don't do a ton of Subway. We do Good Sense. We prefer Good Sense. They have really good subs and they're good price. They do 16-inch subs. Um, and that'll feed us. Sometimes I can eat a whole sub. Like if I haven't eaten all day, I will eat a whole 16-inch sub. But we have Five Guys, we have Firehouse, we have IHOP. Lots of. Five Guys is one of my favorite burger places. It's between Five Guys and Big's Burgers by Big's. As far as like around here where we go. Hi CJ. We are gonna be done right around like in the next 15 minutes for sure, because Andrew's gonna be home probably a little bit early today. He's pretty much done. He had to clean up and stuff before he left, but yeah. So yeah. Once he gets home, I'm gonna take a shower. And just chill. I mean, he's watching MASH right now. I love MASH. I might make him put it on the TV. We'll see. But yeah. We also have some really cool pizza places here. Oh, we have Spin, we have Sarpino's, we have Chicago, and we have Pizza Shuttle. I eat Five Guys. Yes, Five Guys is good. Our favorite steak place is Texas Roadhouse, but Texas Roadhouse is expensive. We do Applebee's more than that. Texas Roadhouse, we can't go in there and spend under $100 ever. Aloha Grill, yummy. Yeah, hospital food sucks. See you later, David. Yeah, we're going to be done in the next few minutes anyway. I don't want to be streaming necessarily when he gets home. He doesn't particularly like it. Sometimes he's really weird about it, and other times he doesn't give a shit. It's weird. But, yeah. So. I have to say, though, my favorite thing to eat out is like steak and chicken sandwiches. Yummy. We love Johnny's. Johnny's has really good food, and it has like just kind of sports bar stuff. Oh, we have 23rd Street Brewery, which is great. 23rd Street Brewery is a local thing because it's on 23rd Street. It is fucking amazing. They have such yummy food. They have really good mac and cheese. They have, I believe, good coleslaw. I'd have to look at what I don't remember, but Minecraft Boy has pretty good hospital food. What? Oh, your hospital. Our current hospital has some decent. My hospital has not bad when it comes to hospital food. Because we actually have a decent little cafeteria in our hospital. So it's annoying when hospitals serve different than what they serve in the cafeteria. But yeah, we have not. From what I remember, it's not too bad here. It's been a while since I've been hospitalized, so I'm not totally sure on that aspect, but I don't remember what the food was like when I was in last year. I was on the maternity floor though, because I was in for my ovary issue. The maternity floor is like it is a whole different world than I'm used to. It was very calm, very quiet. They're really on top of shit because a lot of times in there, other than when babies are born, the nurses have time to do shit and they are very attentive, and like you often have like one nurse to one patient type of ratio. It's very quiet in there. We have several beer breweries. We have Free State, we have 23rd Street, we have what's the other one? I want to say there's 3 breweries here. 23rd Street is the most known, and Free State. Oh, and then we have the Stag Grill and Bar thing. I don't know exactly what it is. Huh? Sagan? Oh, if we, I would shit myself if I saw your hospital cafeteria. It's humongous. Yeah. Like our cafeteria is not huge, but it's decent. Um, we have a smaller hospital. I mean, it's not that big, but our hospital is. I like our hospital because they the patient to nurse ratio is smaller and stuff like that. I'm glad we could keep you company, Aries. I know I have to go soon, but I don't know. So, but that's okay because I need a shower and I need help taking out garbage because I Andrew needs to take out garbage. That's his job. So he's like, I can't wait till you can do that, and I'm like, well, I can't really do that anyway until I can actually walk well on my own. Because to get to the garbage, you have to go down hills and through there's deep holes in the grass and everything. It's actually dangerous for me because it's such unsure footing. But that probably won't be a thing that happens. Plus, I can't carry that much with my back, and garbage is heavy, especially when it's diaper garbage. Usually diapers weigh like a lot. When they're really full, they weigh a lot. But a lot of the time when I'm in the hospital, I end up eating whatever the person in the room with me eats. But sometimes they do bring them things to eat, which is nice. Or they'll go down to the cafeteria and grab something from there. Yeah. We have like 2 Domino's in town too. I don't like Domino's. We have so many things. I was going to send you money to get your hair done, but if you're going to get a new passy for it, well, that's true. I want to get my hair done too, and that's going to be a discussion we actually have with Andrew. I'm going to talk to him about that. Would it be better for me to go get a passy, or is he willing to get me the passy? I need a binky. It depends on what at the time, because I really want to get my hair done. Yes, I really do. So I don't know. It'll depend. I'm going to talk to Andrew about that soon because if he's going to let me spend the $15 to get it now, like I really need to fix my binky. And I really want to see if I can go back to a 6 with a different mouth guard. Because I've only ever used the 6 in the actual baby mouth guard, and that might just be the problem is the baby mouth guard. So we'll see. I'm not sure which one we'll do. I do really want to get my hair done. I want my curls. Mainly because I don't want to have to do this to keep it out of my face, and if it's curled, it's easier to do when it's curly. Because you can throw gel in it or whatever, and it stays. This just okay. It's frizz. It's frizz. So whichever one I do, I don't know. It depends on. I'm going to talk to Andrew here soon because I really do need a new binky. You're on the 3rd floor of the top. See, that's how it's like here. Our hospital is only 3 floors. The hospital I used to go to in New York was 16 floors. And the 16th floor was the floor I was on. Or, sorry, 15, not 16. No, yes, it was. It was 16. The surgical wing was the top floor. So we were usually right on the top, and it was really cool because you could just overlook the whole city. It was neat. There were a couple times I was on the ICU floor, which was several floors down. There was also times when I was on the orthopedic floor because they didn't have room in the surgical wing for me. So, but typically they try to put specific, like a lot, like my surgeon was, they try to keep most of his patients on the same floor. but there were times when I was on the orthopedic floor, it was gorgeous because they switched floors to the surgical wing was 15 for a while, and the IV and the orthopedic floor was the top wing. And then they switched them for a while. So when I was on the orthopedic floor, my God, they had all the cool gadgets because they did a lot of hip replacements and knee replacements. So they had like the chairs that would lift you up, and they had cool beds and things like that. Like they just had, and it was all private. I was used to the surgical wing where it was not private. A lot of times I did get the private rooms just because I was in for so long. And as soon as they had a private room open up, they put me in there. Also, after I had MRSA, they often put me in a private room because it's less spread of infection that way. When I was colonized with MRSA, they kept me separate. They didn't start putting me back into a normal room until I didn't. Like every time I went in the hospital, they would test to see if I was colonized with MRSA. Eventually that stopped showing up so much, unless I had an active infection. But yeah, when I was colonized with MRSA, they pretty much kept me in my own room. They're like, no, you're going in your own room, which was nice. I loved it. I hated being. Oh, and then the one time I was on the medical floor. Oh, the medical floor was on the same floor, but it was it was the wing next to us. Oh my God. That was horrible because it was full of people that were diabetic and older ladies that were just nuts and constantly tried to walk around naked. Well, yeah, typically the private rooms cost more in that hospital, but because I was colonized with MRSA, we were not charged for a private room because I had to be kept separate. In our current hospital, all of the rooms are private. It's not a big hospital. But... Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Just be careful with it. Make sure it's done appropriately. Yeah, but and even KU now, I believe KU is all they're going more to private rooms in general in hospitals because it's less infection spreading. It's much less stressful for the patients, things like that. But I have never been in a shared room since I've moved here. It's all been private, other than recovery rooms and things like that. But so yes. I've thought about binding actually unfortunately I am really big chested and it doesn't work out as well. But yeah, more and more hospitals are going private rooms because it spreads less infection. If you've got two patients in a room and one is fine and one has a massive infection and you're sharing a bathroom and touching things all the time, it's just going to spread infection. And it's not good. So yeah, more and more places are going private rooms. So anyway, guys, I know some of y'all just joined. I'm sorry, Abby. I am getting ready to head out because Andrew's going to be home in a minute and I want to take a shower and change my butt. So that's what I'm going to do. I haven't changed yet today because I woke up dry and I've only peed 3 times. But it's time to take a shower. I will be on Discord though. If y'all want to talk, I'm on Discord. So those of you who haven't. So yeah, we're having pizza for dinner. We're just chilling tonight. I'm sure we'll watch some Grey's Anatomy and stuff. And just chill. I kind of feel like coloring or drawing or something. I don't know. I want to do something. I really want to go to Five Below and get some water bottles so that I can decorate some. If y'all ever want a custom water bottle or something, let me know because I can do them. Doesn't have to be AB themed. That's the thing I need to get people to understand. This does not have to be AB themed. It can be geeky. It can be geeky or anything really. I really want to. Whoops! I unplugged my computer. There we go. But yeah, I don't know what I want to do tonight. I'm kind of not I'm not just wanting to sit around, but at the same time, I'm sore. because we did crazy amounts of balance work yesterday. Like, oh my God. And it worked my back out. I mean, I'm glad I'm not in as much pain as I thought I'd be yet, but that could just be tomorrow. Big three is always worse. So this weekend might not be fun. But I have a week off of actual PT. So I'm hoping, I know we'll probably go to the gym this weekend. I would love to go swimming. I want to swim. So you'd have to charge your tablet to use Discord. Yeah. I have Discord on all 3 devices. So, um, but yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go. We will be back tomorrow to work on the rest of that order. And there is more fabric coming in tonight for another order. So, yay. But yeah, that's that. So I will see you all tomorrow. You have an awesome evening. Aries, make sure you keep us posted after your surgery. And we'll be around tomorrow. I know Aries won't be around tomorrow, so good luck, Aries. Hopefully it fixes the problems. I know it's going to be a lot of pain for a while, but hopefully it fixes the problem. So I'm thinking about you. And you all just have awesome, awesome, awesome day, evening, whatever it is. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.